Well, welcome back. Just to let you know, you haven't missed much. You've watched Alior defend a couple from MATCHDAY as he's bowling away here from the pavilion end at the Seat Unique Stadium in this clash between Gloucestershire and Sussex. You're joined by me, Dan Whiting, and Ian Randall.
Whose clock says 10:59.
Here's DeLunger in, and that's defended watchfully there by Orr into the offside.
Billy Taylor and Mike Newell are our umpires, and clearly they were so keen to get out there. They technically started before 11 o'clock. So if you've joined us, or you've set your timer to join us at 11 o'clock and thinking, why are they playing already? Well, the answer is the umpires were very keen.
Yeah, I'm keen as well. I'm keen, Ian. Are you keen?
I've no problem with keen.
Yeah. He's DeLunger, top of his mark. That's how you say his name, apparently. As he approaches the crease, and that just shapes away a little bit from Alior. Or from St Bede's School in Eastbourne, where a number of the Sussex side have come from. Ed Giddins came from that neck of the woods. And Sussex used to play there at a ground called the Saffrons. Beautifully named. Orr's been getting a few starts this year. He's been getting into the 20s, getting himself out, but he's a good player. He's DeLunger, and that's fenced away, and I thought he'd feathered that through to Bracey, but just shaped away after it left the stumps, didn't it? Bracey had to go sprawling away in front of the slip cord, and looks like Jack Taylor there at first, Ollie Price at second, Chris Dent at third, and is that Miles Hammond in the gully there, I think?
Just seeing where is that? It is Hammond, I think. Yes. And
he's at sort of like a floating, sort of fifth slip there, isn't he? He's not sort of quite a gully. Anyway, here's DeLunger in, and that's well bowled. That's beautifully bowled, and that's a good start from the Gloucestershire paceman.
Getting into his work, and if you've joined us this morning, spot on 11 o'clock. Welcome to the Seat Unique Stadium for this first day of Gloucestershire's match with Sussex. Obviously the Yorkshire game completely washed out, so this is the first cricket that the first team have played here this season in the Championship. Graham van Buren won the toss. He decided to field first. It's the same team that played at Worcester, and I don't think there's much surprise in the decision. I know that Graham at Worcester felt it was an aggressive move to bat because they wanted to get Zafar Gahar potentially into the game with Gloucestershire bowling last. Here, with the possibility of a shortened day because of the weather and the overhead conditions, it's got to be the right move to bowl first. And here is, dare I say, the man of the moment, Tom Price, who, if you've had him in your fantasy cricket team, has got you some points so far this season. 3 slips in a gully for Price, in from the Ashley Down Road end, and the first runs, that's steered away by Tom Haynes, and they'll pick up a comfortable 2. Van Buren chasing out towards the Kennington Avenue side of the ground. I say Sussex have started with 2 games at home, a win in the opening match, and then a rain-affected draw last week against Yorkshire, a game that was actually heading Yorkshire's way until the rain intervened. It's Price again, and just tucked into the leg side.
A little bit of shape there. Back into Haynes. He's had a wonderful start to the season, Tom Price, with bat and ball.
Yes, I think I was getting messages during the match at Worcester last week saying he won't be batting at 9 for very much longer if he keeps on contributing like that. Price towards us in our commentary position in the pavilion. That's nudged again just round the corner to Marcus Harris, and 1 more to the total. The one thing about these 2 young Sussex openers is they don't like to get bogged down. You know, and in a sense, it is that whole risk-reward balance. But they are both people who, I mean, they've got, you know, good numbers collectively. I mean, all averages 42 in first-class cricket, and Haynes averages 37. So they are, you know, heavy scorers in a Sussex side that's got quite a long tail to their batting order. Price in again, and Moore just gets a little bit squared up by that, but gets solidly enough behind it. Zafar is fielding at point. He's probably got some hand warmers in those pockets, I would think, although it's not a bitter day by any means, and the forecast over the next few days is that it will get milder, so he'll appreciate that. Billy Taylor and Mike Newell are our umpires for this match. Price in once more. That is too short, and it's pulled away comfortably by, in fact, it's gone all the way for 6. He's really timed that well. It's a big boundary out there on that side of the ground too, but he's picked that up, and just it's all in the timing of the shot. He didn't really appear to attack that with any real force, but picked the length and lofted it away into the seats on the scoreboard side of the ground.
Yeah,
nine without loss.
You called it in. You said both these Sussex openers, they're a young pair. They're homegrown, like many of this Sussex side, and they like to get on with it, don't they? They're aggressive by nature, and I think we're on for some really, really good cricket. Sussex are, as I said, they've been through the mill a little bit in recent years, haven't they? And there's, you know, the natives have been a little bit restless, but they've got some really good youngsters coming through, and they're homegrown. I mean, you know, you look at the likes of Finn Hudson-Prentice. He was from St Bede's. He's an Eastbourne lad, and Ollie Carter's another youngster from Eastbourne, and it's really good to see.
Yeah, they've not been in the top division since 2015 when they were relegated. Price in once more, and that's let go by, this time by Ali Orr. So 9 without loss, 6 of those to all, that one scoring shot, and Tom Haynes has 3. Tom Alsop, who joined them from Hampshire initially on loan last season and then signed permanently, will bat at 3, and then Cheteshwar Pujara at 4. Doesn't need a great deal of an introduction, given he scored 7,000 runs in Test cricket. But I mean, he is the star man. He's the captain, and then below him, the question is, what are you going to get from the rest of that Sussex middle order? And I'm not sure you really know, and that will be to Gloucestershire's advantage potentially. But the top 4 you would expect to bear the main weight of Sussex's run scoring.
Here's DeLunger from the pavilion end, and Haynes just plays that back out into the covers. Graham Van Buren doing the fielding. Now you might think that we have lost the plot. Why are we saying DeLunger, Van Buren, Van Meekeren is another one? And we've actually spoken to the players, and this is the correct pronunciation, either in Dutch or in Afrikaans or whatever. So Ian Randall hasn't gone senile over the winter. This is actually the way that the players want it delivered, as Haynes just works that one backwards. Zafar Gahar doing the fielding there at point.
And we should explain, yes, we have spoken to the players, and I asked Marchant himself, can you please record your name for us in your own pronunciation so that we get it right? And I was at a function during the winter where Graham was a speaker.
Here is Marchant in, and that's out. First wicket of the day, caught in the gully there by Miles Hammond, I believe. And he flashed hard at that. That went quickly, and that was a good catch. Sharp chance, snaffled, and that is the end of Tom Haynes. And that's a great wicket.
First wicket for DeLunger, and Haynes has just flipped his helmet halfway over his forehead as he walked off, as if to say, why did I do that? Why did I chase that? And De Lange has his first wicket. Sharpish chance, actually, to Miles Hammond. And 9 for 1, Sussex. And here is Tom Alsop, another left-hander. All the top Sussex orders, all the top 3 are all left-handers. And Alsop coming in probably rather earlier than he might have hoped. And again, somebody who, in a rather different way, will try and give Ali Orr important support here.
I thought it was a strange shot. It was out there. You don't need to be playing out there as an opener. You want to be playing as much under your head or as leaving as much as possible. You want to have a good look early. And he fenced at that from out there. I know De Lange's got a little bit of pace about him and, you know, the ball can fly. But really, as an opening batsman, you don't want to be playing out there. You want to be playing everything under your head and just watching and having a good look.
And bear in mind, too, we're only in the 3rd over of the day. That's the other thing.
Yeah, I thought it was an interesting shot.
Skies a little bit brighter overhead.
Here is Marchant going to bowl to Tom Alsop, who just works that into the onside. Marcus Harris doing the fielding there.
Alsop got some decent runs for Sussex last season in the Championship.
Got a few technical issues with the scorecard, which we're working on behind the scenes. Here's De Lange in, and that's played with softer hands down through that gully region. Miles Hammond doing the fielding, and 2 runs to the total, so we're into double figures.
Yeah, 930 runs he got in the Championship last year, Tom Alsop. At 42, made 4 of Sussex's 20 hundreds in the Championship last year, and he's got a 95 already this season, so indication of some early form again.
De Lange in, short ball, and that's fended off again to Miles Hammond. He's in the game this morning, isn't he?
He is, and Marchant De Lange's in the game as well with his wicket. At Worcester, it was generally shortish spells from De Lange, and that's fine. You'd rather have him with the extra pace, even if it means you've got to just use him a little more sparingly. But again, in this match, Gloucestershire have gone in with only 3 main seam bowlers. The rest of the attack really leaning heavily on Zafar Gahar, plus the other spin options. And Tom Price, as you can see there, is just putting some of that ballast in the foothold at the front of the crease, where he is landing that front foot. I don't. It's a very small pile of sawdust at this end, and even less at the far end. I think that's because Price has really dug into that after that first over.
Like your drive at home, isn't it? And full of potholes there, and
there are. Don't start about potholes. It's a common problem everywhere, I think.
It certainly is. It certainly is.
And some of them are bigger than where you land a front foot as well. Here is Price in again to Orr, who pulled in for 6 in the last over. Nothing doing this time.
Ali Orr will be popular with the fans of Sussex and Gloucestershire because he got 206 against Somerset in the Royal London One Day Cup, endearing him to the home support here, no doubt. But Sussex haven't, they don't particularly like the guys at Kent very much, and he got 100 in only his 3rd appearance at Canterbury. Academy product who's been with Sussex since the age of 10 years old.
Tom Price with 3 slips and Hammond in the gully, but that's just nudged out to Skipper van Beeren. And just to complete that story about the pronunciation, Graham went to, they went on to want another rag to dry the ball. So clearly there is a little bit of moisture on the top of that outfield out there. So yeah, Graham went to the same school as the late Eddie Barlow. Here is Price in, or defends up to DeLunger. And I say Graham was at this function I was at, and also there was Eddie Barlow's widow. And the conversation, and obviously the two know each other, and the conversations came from Mrs. Barlow about Graham's name, and that was where the Van Buren came from. And the van is a very soft fun. Here is Pricey once more. That was going down the leg side. Or couldn't profit from that though. And it remains at 11 for 1.
I've seen those hit the thigh pad though and just trickle back and hit the stumps. Talking of people who go to school with people, famous people, Tom Clark's been left out of Sussex side this morning. Haywards Heath lad went to Ardingly College, which is the same school as Ian Hislop and gap-toothed Lothario Terry Thomas.
Price again draws off half forward, but only to defend. I think he seems to have the attitude that every ball is a scoring opportunity, Alior. Even at this early point, he is not going to allow Gloucestershire just to bowl to him.
Well, he's probably terrified. He's got to make hay before he gets run out at the non-strikers end, isn't he?
Well, as you said, he's had a habit of that. And here is Price staying over the wicket this time again. Content to push it up to Van Buren. Gloucestershire getting on with things. They don't want to be getting behind on run rates when they're using the seam bowlers. But to be fair, Price is quite brisk through his overs. And Marchant DeLonger's run is not all that long either. It isn't of mammoth proportions, but 11 for 1. We've had 4 overs this morning, and the man out, Tom Haynes, caught in the gully by Miles Hammond off DeLunger, who's going to switch to come around the wicket now.
Yeah, he is. I think part of the reason behind Tom Price's success is that he makes the batsman play. He doesn't bowl much width, does he? He makes him play every ball, and he asks questions, especially on green seaming wickets, and that'll be exactly what Graham Van Buren wants, having won the toss and inserted Sussex, as DeLunger comes in around the wicket, and Alsop defends that into straight back to the bowler. What
you might find here a little bit is, dare I say, one end open, one end closed. You're going to have Orr very much looking to, tactically be on the front foot, and Alsop quite happy to play a second fiddle.
DeLunger in, and Alsop defends that to Graham Van Buren. Yeah, a bit like the roads around here at the moment, Ian. It's very frustrating. They were shut at the end of last season. They're shut now, aren't they?
Well,
one end's open and the other end's closed.
Yeah. Yeah, and so if you're trying to get to the ground, you will know that there is one particular road, off the Muller Road, which generally is used by spectators to get the ground. That was closed last September, and it's still closed now.
DeLunger in, shorter delivery, just defended off the hip. Alsop there, taking a leg stump guard now. DeLunger has gone back to over the wicket.
So do you come almost past the Bristol Rovers football ground to get here now from where you travel from? Because I do.
Yeah, I have to come off the M32 and go up Muller Road, which those of Bristol will know well. Here's Marchant. Passed umpire Billy Taylor. That's wide. Not called a wide, but
he was trying to bowl the big leg cutter there, wasn't it?
He was.
You just see him with the hand movement, trying to draw the seam right across the ball, but pushed it too wide for it to be effective.
Yeah, so for those who know Bristol, I come up the Muller Road and Normally you can cut off left. I think it's a road called Ralph Road, which leads you sort of around the Kennington Avenue side of the ground. That's a Fuller delivery, which is punched to Ajit Singh Dale at mid-on. So just to the left of that picture there, you've got the Kennington Avenue side of the ground, and there's a way of sort of cutting around the back there, but not for us now.
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment. Here's Marchant approaching the crease past umpire Billy Taylor. There's Allsop just defends that to Zafar at point, and it's still 11 for 1. Maiden.
Yeah. Interesting start so far. 5 overs gone. Marchant has 1 for 2 in that time, with the wicket of Tom Haynes, and Tom Price figures, it says 0 for 9, but there was one error in there, a ball that was too short to Ali Orr, and he pulled it towards the very long boundary out on the scoreboard, main scoreboard side of the ground for 6. That was in Price's first over.
If you're tuning in this morning, drop us a line. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk.
Here is Tom Price in once more. Or clips him away for a couple past Marcus Harris.
There it is. Look at those handsome chaps there on the screen. There's our email address. Drop us a line. And Ian Randall will answer all your difficult questions and give me the easy ones, please. Joining us from Sussex, welcome aboard. If you're joining us from India, you're a Cheteshwar Pujara fan, we'd be delighted to hear from you as well.
He's probably sat there with his pads on. Due in next. Tom Price in, and all's gone again for the aggressive shot here, and it's a no ball, and he's pulled that for 4 more. Well, they've changed him. In fact, Mike Newell's changed his signal, and he's now signalled it as a 6. It's gone way down to deep backward square.
He's changed it again. So he's given the apology. I saw it bounce twice actually over the rope, so I don't know where that's come from, but he changed that again. So it's the no ball obviously, and 4 runs, so you do get 6 runs, but it didn't actually go for a 6, it actually went for a 4.
It was almost a paddle.
It was a paddle. Yeah, he
sort
just
of
helped it on its way, didn't he? Yeah.
Which may indicate there is not a great deal of pace in this pitch. And certainly my perception would be that De Lange would be by some distance the fastest bowler on either side. So the Sussex lads have got to effectively learn that anything short is probably going to be dispatched. It's a better length from Price.
Yeah, but we saw Ajit Singh Dale. I don't think he's that far behind Marchant. I really don't. I think he's got, he's coming through at a fair old lick, isn't it?
Put that a different way. De Lange the most aggressive in a cricketing sense?
He's different, isn't he? He hits the pitch hard, whereas
Ajit's a skiddy.
Yeah.
More skiddy bowler. Price in again to Ali Orr, who will not get that past Zafar. But early success for Gloucestershire in the first 20 minutes or so of the day, having won the toss.
What would you define as success by lunch, having won the toss and inserted the opposition? 3 down, 4 down?
Or you'd like 3, wouldn't you?
I think so.
You'd like 3,
yeah,
I think.
I think so, yeah.
Mid-off and mid-on for Price. De Lange at mid-on, and a big gap in between. A deep backward square who is Marcus Harris and De Lange, and they'll just take a comfortable 2 here. Trying to entice Orr to play into that gap.
That wasn't where he wanted to hit that, though. I think he wanted to hit that one straight back past Tom Price, and I Thick inside edge, squared away into the leg side for a couple.
21 for 1. We're in the 6th over of the day. And Price from the Ashley Down Road end. In again to Orr. Gets well in line. And pushes that back up the pitch. Yeah, Billy Taylor, I say one of our umpires for this match, was here for the Yorkshire game, so he'll be pretty well versed in how quickly the ground can drain. He would not have to have judged how wet it was during that Yorkshire match, and obviously it was on the 3rd day that the game was actually abandoned. Thankfully much drier at the moment, and Price in and Orr again gets solidly behind that and just pushes it back up the pitch. So yeah, Tom Price certainly learning that Ali Orr is not going to just push and prod around here. He's going to put back to ball when he feels he can. Price's 3 overs have cost 19 at the moment, and Sussex are 21 for 1. The man out, Tom Haynes, in DeLange's 2nd over, caught by Hammond in the gully.
Yeah, Billy Taylor started his first-class career at Sussex back in 1999, having been a bit of a superstar in the minor counties, as it was called then, or national counties is now, for Wiltshire. He's marching in past him, and that's gone past the outside edge there of Allsop's bat. Took a couple of hat-tricks for Hampshire. We moved to Hampshire after Sussex, and took a one against Middlesex. Career best of 6 for 32. Allsop up on his toes, defending into the offside. So, yeah, so the other umpires, Mick Newell, had a good career there at Nottinghamshire as well. And our match referee today is Phil Whitticase, the old Leicestershire mid-order batsman.
Was he not an England selector at one point?
Well, there was Whittaker who was,
yeah,
and Whitticase.
Yes, correct. James Whittaker definitely was.
DeLange in, and that's gone through past the outside edge again into the gloves of James Bracey.
Marchant joked, and I think we knew what he meant, at the media day before the season started, that there have been times in his career where accuracy has not been his big thing. But he has had that extra yard of pace. But this morning, he's right on it.
Here he is into Allsop, who defends that. Ajit Singh Dale has taken off his jumper and is limbering up there at mid-on, wearing it sort of around his waist, sort of in the way, you know, like an Italian walking along the Riviera would, you know, sort of. That would maybe be more over the shoulders, wouldn't it? But
yes, you'd normally see that in a club third 11. You wouldn't normally see it in a first-class game, would you?
Here's DeLange in, and Allsop leaves that one alone. Nothing doing with that.
See, directionally, apart from that one big leg cutter he tried to bowl, I think DeLange has been exactly what you would want this morning. You know.
Yeah, he's a handful.
You spoke about batsmen having to play down the line of the ball, not trying to play it too wide. Well, at the moment, he's bowling in an area where Allsop can play right down the line.
Here he comes in, and Allsop plays at that one. One bounce to Zafgahar at backward point. That completes the over. 21 for 1. Ali Orr on 14. Tom Allsop on 2. Tom Haynes, the man out, caught Miles Hammond. Bolt Marchant DeLange for 3 when the score was on 9. And it's just great to have some cricket back, isn't it, Ian?
It is, Dan. It is very much. We're pleased to be able to bring it with you as well, or to you. James Healy, who did all our camera work last year, is with us again this season. So delighted that he's part of the team. Couldn't do it without him. And as you said, our emails are open, commentators@gloucestershire.co.uk. Thoughts, questions, all the usual stuff.
I do apologise, it's not Mick Newell, it's Mark Newell who's the umpire, who's ex-Sussex. Brother of Keith Newell, and I think there was another brother that played as well. John Newell, was it? Jonathan Newell? And Buckinghamshire lads played for Sussex.
Ajit Singh Dale into the attack after 3 overs from Tom Price from the Ashley Down Road end. Worked off his boots really by Ali Orr into that big gap on the leg side. Now, we're doing our commentary this season from the pavilion, which is different to last year. We were at the Ashley Down Road end, and it is interesting for me now to look at Ajit front on, to the naked eye. Obviously, to you watching on the stream, the camera is from behind him, but interesting to see how open-chested he looks, bowling front on. Here he is, and it's steered away on the bounce by Allsop to Zafar Gahar. So 3 slips, Ollie Price at second, Jack Taylor at first, Chris Dent at third, Miles Hammond, who's already taken a catch this morning in the gully. 22 for 1 Sussex, having been put in. And with Gloucestershire looking for certainly 2 or 3 early wickets to try and get into that, what they may perceive as be susceptible middle order.
Just hurried Allsop up a little bit there. Came on to him a little bit quicker than he thought it would.
Ajit's confidence will be up after last week, won't it? It should be.
Yeah, I thought he bowled really well.
Try and bottle that. It'll keep him going for a while, and the reverse, of course, is that cricket can change you so quickly. Allsop, again on the bounce to Zafar Gahar. They've got a slightly different field for Allsop, rather than have, as they have for Ali Orr, Marcus Harris away at deep backward square. He's almost at a much more orthodox mid-wicket.
Remember, if you're a Gloucestershire fan watching this, then our T20 early bird offer is ending on the 5th of May, and tickets are still available for just £15 until 11:59 next Wednesday.
Here's Singdale in once more. A big appeal, but not upheld by Mark Newell. You know, just go back to that leg side field. Tom Price is away down at fine leg on the boundary, and he just, if I didn't know, I would say looks like he's just taken a tablet of some sort down there. So I wonder if he didn't feel absolutely 100% in that first spell, and that's why he's been taken out of the attack. Singdale in again, tucks Allsop up a bit, and that's a lively first over from Ajit Singdale. Off the back of his career best at Worcester last week, he's taken his, what looks like 2 sweaters there actually, and there is the overall bowling figures this morning, and the core details of the card at the bottom of your screen after 8 overs play. 96 overs of course in the day, and needs to be seen whether we do get all of those. The light was very grey when I arrived at the ground about 9:15. I know that Dan was here fractionally before me. It then has lifted a little bit, but it's still not exactly what you call roasting out there.
Here's DeLunger in, past umpire Billy Taylor, full of delivery and pushed into the offside there by Alior, and they scamper through for a cheeky little single. So going back to those T20 ticket early bird offers, they're, as I said, they're just 15 quid. Available until 11:59 next Wednesday. There's a link in the description if you're watching us on YouTube. And they're brilliant nights here in Bristol. There's a few on a Friday night, isn't there? And they're wonderful, wonderful occasions. He's marching into Allsop, who lets that one go through to Bracey. There's something magical about it when the ground's full, the sun sets. What is now to our left over the Kennington Avenue side of the ground towards the Bristol Rovers Memorial Ground there, and you get some magnificent skies here in the West Country, and it's really atmospheric. And obviously the derby against Somerset, that's the big one here in the West Country, and I can't wait. Talking of Somerset, is a man who came from Somerset over the winter, Marchant de Lange, bowling to Tom Allsop, who pushes it into the offside. There's the Bristol Rovers ground on your screen. Not far away from us at all, only maybe a quarter of a mile.
That's the ground, the stand that was built after the fire. I think that was the one that was. That's the. I say that's the main stand, but it's a curious mix of facilities at the Mem.
Yeah.
And obviously they now want to move to is it the site of the old fruit market?
De Lange in, and Allsop pushes it in to the covers.
But it's very different wanting to go there and actually getting the building done. That's the challenge.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. I think a number of sports grounds, have sort of got the same. I don't think anyone wants a football ground on their doorstep, do they? That's the problem.
You were talking about grounds that Sussex used to play at. Which is the one that is now a shopping centre?
It's the Central Rec at Hastings. What a lovely venue that was. De Lange in, pulled vigorously there by Allsop, but can only find Tom Price at mid-on. What a lovely venue that was. All the multicoloured houses around the ground. Had a little hill as well, and it was right in the centre of Hastings, and that is much missed on the county circuit. I've played at one of the grounds that they used to use as well at Worthing, which is quite an interesting venue. You've got a lovely Art Deco pavilion there. He's De Lange in, and that's off the outside edge, all along the ground though. And Zafar Gahar is doing the chasing. They're looking for 3, but he's quick across the ground, Zafar, and keeps them down to 2. That completes the over. 25 for 1. Allsop moves on to 4 on 16. Yeah, they've some lovely grounds down there. I've toured cricket in Sussex and on numerous occasions, and we won't say on air about the shenanigans going on tour, but I played at some beautiful places. Lancing College has been a great venue down there. Worthing, East Grinstead I've played at as well. That's a nice ground out of town where the hockey place is, and there's some good cricket. And obviously everyone loves Arundel, don't they? Where there always used to be a tall warm-up back in the old days where Lavinia, the Duchess of Norfolk's 11, would entertain the tourists as an opener.
Here is Ajit Singh Dale in, and that's past the right hand of Miles Hammond down to the boundary at third man for 4. It was never a chance, but Sussex advance to 29 for 1. Might get a second chance maybe to look at that, but Ajit, if he is going to bowl a little bit sharper this season, he's going to have to get used to the old one going through the gap like that. And Alior currently dominating the board here. He's got 20 out of 29. And Graham Van Buren not closing that gap. He's still keeping the 3 slips in the gully, and all gets in line this time. And Ajit fields off his own bowling. Yes, I have been to Arundel. I've done a couple of games there, one of which was when Kane Williamson was at Gloucestershire.
Right.
And it was, I think it was, they were playing 40 overs in those days, and what we now call list A. And I think it was something like 93 plays 97 for 7. It was very low scoring. It was a proper shootout where you really wanted to be a bowler.
Yeah. Yeah, but Hastings was the one. You had sort of all little bed and breakfasts around it, and I mean, you remember it back in your day for a bloke called William the Conqueror coming over, don't you, Hastings? But it was a wonderful venue.
What was your joke to me last week? Was I at a match in 1893? Ajit Singh Dale in, and the all gets hit, but not where umpire Newell is going to answer any appeal in the affirmative. I think my reply to you was, no, I was working at another game.
One of the great things, I was looking back through, I've got a cricketer's who's who from 1981 the other day, and players used to put their home addresses and their phone numbers in the bottom of it, and we wonder if Imran Khan, who's ex-Sussex, is a bit more security conscious these days than when he used to live at Eton Road in Hove.
Ajit Singh Dale from the Ashley Down Road end. Well, actually, no, Eton Road is the road where the ground is, isn't it?
Is it? Oh, maybe. Oh, I can't remember where he lived, but yeah. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, how, players would put their phone number just out there in the public domain, their home phone number, no mobiles in those days. Both clubs here have got a rich heritage of Pakistanis who've come over.
3 sips for Ajit Singh Dale. And Orr again gets just onto the offside of the ball to play it comfortably. Well, it would have gone to Marchant de Lange, but it was fielded by Singh Dale off his own bowling. There's the card, with the 1 wicket to fall in the 3rd over of the day. Sharp chance taken by Miles Hammond in the gully, and de Lange with the first success, and he's now going to put down some sawdust at the pavilion end in the footmarks.
See the Sussex badge there, that's the martlets, which is a mythical bird. It's a footless bird. Don't know how they get off the ground or how they land on the ground, but it's mythical, so hey. And the capped players of Sussex have got 6 of them across their chest, and the uncapped have just got the 1. So you'll see the Sussex players with this going on their crest. And I believe that the caps are different as well. I think there's gold piping on the capped players and white piping on the uncapped.
So Marchant de Lange has bowled 5 overs, 1 for 5, and Tom Price is changing ends.
Yeah, we're going to see Tom Price seeing if he's going to have a bit more luck from the pavilion end here. Here he comes in, slightly curved run into the crease, and again makes Allsop play straight away. Allsop, 4 of 26 balls, been very watchful. Ali Orr, a little bit more aggressive, he's 20 off 30.
Price might prefer to bowl to Allsop a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, I think he could do with sort of just getting his rhythm this morning, but here he comes in, and that's just played into the onside. But the thing about Price is he will take wickets. He's got a fledgling career, but so far during his career he's taken wickets. Just to let you know that on Friday the 5th of May, the Gloucestershire Cricket Trust, the club's charitable arm, will be hosting its inaugural charity golf day to help raise money for community programmes and initiatives run by the trust. As Price comes in to the stumps, and that's just angled backwards. Zafagahar doing the fielding. You can enjoy a day playing 18 holes alongside your favourite Gloucestershire cricket players. You can either book as a team of 4 or you can sign up to play as part of a team which is made up of the Gloucestershire players, and single players are welcome. And after your round, you can join all the other golfers and Gloucestershire pros for a barbecue lunch and raffle. I'm there. If there's a barbecue lunch in, I'm straight there, mate, I tell you. And there's still a chance to sign up and play. All you need to do is email the club. I'll come on to it after this ball. Price in, and that's Fuller. And Allsop plays that back to him. So you can guarantee your place by dropping the club a line on community@glossccc.co.uk, and I think it's going to be a fantastic day. I think it'll be wonderful. It'll be a great laugh, and I might even come down for a little bit of that, Ian. What about you? Do you fancy a little bit?
I am no golfer, but obviously that can take place next week because Gloucestershire don't play in the round. That's next week.
Price in, and that's hurried up Allsop a little bit, and he's full shot there. So, yeah.
Just talking about fundraising, by the way, I know that the Gloucestershire Exiles had their AGM earlier in the week, and they handed over £6,500 to the club through their fundraising last year, and they also selected Zafagahar as their Player of the Year for 2022. So at some stage, probably at Cheltenham, I would think, when they have the Exiles Day, they will present him with that award for his efforts last summer.
Here's Price into the wicket, and that's a full shot, goes past third slip. It's going to get 4 runs, but the moral victory there goes to Tom Price as the score moves on to 34. And Ali Orr's got away with one there. No carry either. I'm not sure that would have carried through to a 4th slip, so there's not a lot of pace in this wicket. But if there's anyone from Sussex who also wants to join us for the golf day, maybe, you can have one of those awkward 5-footers. A little bit like Tony Cotty when he used to play for you guys.
Yeah, just to complete that Exiles scenario, the Exiles Day at the festival this year is July the 26th, which is the first day against Worcestershire. They do a lot of good fundraising for the club. They have an annual dinner in February at Lord's, and lots of other things around the periphery of the club as well. Ajit Singh Dale continues this all-seam attack in the first hour of play here at the Seat Unique Stadium. Again, just the clouds gathering a little bit at the far end. That's at the Ashley Down Road end from where Singh Dale is bowling at the moment. We're in the 12th over, as you can see. Started on time. In fact, we started probably about 3 minutes early on our clocks, but umpire's keen to get on with it. And Allsop with a stance where, how can he put this? There's no polite way to put it. His bottom is stuck out.
Yes.
There's only one way to describe that. It's a squat stance, isn't it?
Chris Broad was a little bit like that back in the day, wasn't it? Sort of showing the derriere.
Pujara due in next.
I'm really looking forward to watching him play. I've always been a big fan of Cheshire Pujara.
Singh Dale again to Allsop, who's much more inclined than Ali Orr is to leave. I don't think Orr has hardly left anything this morning. He's played at virtually every ball. He pulled Price into the stand at mid-wicket.
There's our golf day.
First over.
There's our golf day. Look at that, it looks lovely, doesn't it? Fantastic venue. And drop the club a line and you can be a part of it.
3 steps in the gully for Singh Dale, and drawing Allsop forward, quite prepared to just play that almost dead weight up to skipper Graham van Buren. interesting just to compare the two situations that Van Buren had in the two games at Glamorgan and at Worcester. There might have been a declaration possibility at Glamorgan. Here is Singdale letting him also up on the pad this time, but again just a hurry up really for Allsop. Right at the top of those, on the flick the top of the pad onto the thigh pad.
They can be painful. They can sort of get you just in between the thigh pad and the pad, can't they? They can be a little bit of a stinger.
So at Cardiff, having been obviously behind in the game, I think Graham Van Buren left at Glamorgan, was it 341 to win in 46 overs, which really was one they were never going to chase. That's just chopped into the gully. And at Worcester, he was more aggressive with the declaration. Was it 301 in 84, I think it was. So, but he knew that the weather was likely to be a problem there. So in a sense, he probably had to go a little earlier than he might have done otherwise. But they were still 4 down. Worcestershire, was it 51 for 4 when the rain came? So declarations are one of the great talking points of cricket.
Yeah.
Do you tempt the opposition into believing they can win because it gives you more of a chance, or do you absolutely bat them out of the game so that the only people who can win is your side? And if you go back to the Cheltenham Festival last year, that North Hants game where Van Buren made an unbeaten 100 and then dangled the carrot, and North Hants went for it and got there.
Yeah, yeah. Here's Tom Price in, and that squares or up a little bit. We've had an email come in from the lovely, the delightful Ruth Charville. Hello Ruth, hope you're well. And she said, hi Dan, hi Ian, watching and listening to you from home as the M4 is a car park. So when they were going to set off, I think they live just over the other side of the Severn Bridge over at Chepstow, and they can't stay all day anyway, so they decided not to come over. Hope you get a decent day of play. See you tomorrow. Ruth Charville, kiss kiss. As that's a lovely drive. That's a shot of the morning so far, as Orr plays that beautifully through the covers and goes all the way to the boundary. Yes, so Ruth, good to hear from Ruth, isn't it? And what a photographer she is. She took a brilliant one at Glamorgan, which has got Marchant de Lange's first wicket, and just at the point of where the ball kisses the bail, and the bail is just off its hinges. It's beautiful. It's a fantastic bit of photography. So good to hear from you, Ruth. Here's Tom Price, as Orr goes up onto his toes. He looks very organised player, Ali Orr. I've liked the look of him so far. He's moved on to 28, and he's, as I said earlier, he's from St Bede's School in Eastbourne. He got 198 against Glamorgan at the end of last year, and he's, like many of these Sussex cricketers, he's come through their academy. Very popular with the fans down at Hove. Oh, that's a full shot though. Tom Price finding the edge. Good stop there by Miles Hammond at that sort of floating slip.
Yes, that would have gone. He wanted it to go away through mid-on, but got the bat round a bit too far.
But again, Orr's pushed at that quite firmly, and it hasn't carried. And I think this is a sluggish deck.
It's interesting that De Lange was able to get a little bit out of it in his opening spell. Ball was a bit softer. That may not happen again.
Price in, and that's just tickled around the corner. It's Ajit Singh Dale down there doing the fielding. You're listening to me, Dan Whiting, and Ian Randall on Gloss TV.
Just a spattering of spectators around the ground today. most of them, generally in the early part of the day, tend to sit at the Ashley Down Road end. But if I tell you that some of them at the pavilion end have got beanie hats on, it will it will tell you the sort of day it is.
Yeah, it's due to warm up though, so next few days. So come and join us down in Bristol. Price in, and that's just worked mid-on.
Interesting
marginally.
too. Now there are a couple of spectators. So one gentleman's definitely got a scorebook and he's doing it the old-fashioned way. There are a couple though down in front of us who've got their laptops open. Now is that because they're actually scoring on some sort of laptop cricket package, or are they trying to? So they're going to do some work while they're here.
Working from home. Working from home, is it?
We won't tell anybody.
No. Let's get that camera off them in case their boss is watching.
I mean, there are cricket packages which you can use where you can do the scoring online, because
Yeah.
Adrian Bull and
Total cricket
Graham
score.
Owen are going to be using that. Here's Singdale from the Ashley Down Road and down the leg side. Good take from James Bracey. No contact though.
Do you know what? I think James Bracey's wicket keeping has improved vastly since I started seeing him regularly at the start of last season. I think he was disappointed with his form at the beginning of last season, so I don't think he was keeping well. But he is, multiple times better. His footwork's good, and I mean that catch he took at Worcester last week was absolute world class. And I really, really think he's improved massively as a wicket keeper.
Bracey down on his haunches again. Archie almost got through there.
I really like the look of him. I like the look of him as a batsman. I like the look of him as a wicketkeeper. I like the look of him as a bloke as well. He's a nice guy, James Bracey.
There he's Allsop. Playing that into his pad off a thick inside edge.
Do you know what I like about Ajit Singhdale as well is he creates theatre. He makes things happen when he comes on, doesn't he? And it's good to watch him.
Still a 6-3 field. And Allsop well in line there.
Keep your emails coming to us.
Fascinating too, just to pick up on what you said about sort of theatre and Bracey improving. On the Exiles AGM Zoom call on Monday, Steve Snell made the point that with so little outside cricket in pre-season, he said the game at Glamorgan almost felt like we're having our pre-season game in the Championship. Here is Ajit in once more, and he said that the bowlers in particular kind of benefited from having quite a long Glamorgan first innings in the field in a strange kind of way, because they'd had so little bowling outside. Glamorgan had been off to, I think, Zimbabwe on a pre-season trip and had played 5 games of cricket outdoors. Gloucestershire's bowlers have been lucky to have 5 hours of bowling outdoors.
Yeah, they went down to the Oval, didn't they? And they used the marquee there.
Singdale in again, and also up to Van Buren. That is the Oval, not Yeovil.
The Oval.
The former abode of Mr. James Healy. Cameraman extraordinaire. And just indication, by the way, of how much rain we've had in the West Country. Look how green that square is. Still 3 slips in the gully for Singdale. And getting Allsop to play in the V, up to Van Buren once more. So he's bowled 4 overs for 5 runs. It's good, accurate stuff from Ajit. Just that one ball down the leg side in that last over. And Sussex have adapted a little bit to the early loss of Tom Haynes, and Gloucestershire really going to mix things up here by the looks of it, because Tom Price's 5 overs have cost 30. So Graham Van Buren's not going to delay. We're going to see Zafar Gahar.
Yeah, within just an hour gone this morning. Sussex 40 for 1, and we're going to see the The Pakistani slow left armour, and we spoke about the heritage of Pakistanis here. During the Yorkshire game, we had the chance to do some content work around the ground, and we spoke about Zahir Abbas and Sadiq Muhammad here, and the rich heritage of Pakistani cricketers who play for Gloucestershire. But Sussex also have that rich heritage of Pakistanis. Obviously, you've got Imran Khan, who we mentioned earlier, and Javed Miandad was a mainstay at Sussex during the 70s and early 80s. I think he went to Glamorgan then. But the one that's really loved is Mushtaq Ahmed, who took 100 wickets for them during those 3 county championship wins in 2003 and then 2006 and 07. Here's Zafar in and bowling to Ali Orr.
I should mention that Ben Charlesworth is on the field. I'm not sure who for, but he came out at the last over, and now the floodlights have been turned on as well.
Zafar in, and that's a big sweep. He's got a bit of bottom edge on there. He's going to come back for a second, and that's well run. So 2 there, but Ali Orr, that's an interesting shot. Second ball to Zafar. I think he's on for Tom Price.
Well, that would be the logical change, wouldn't it?
Is that Price there at backward point? Zafar in, and there's Tom Price there at backward point.
So who has gone off?
So
it may only be one of those ones where he's only on the field for an over or 2, but he is out there.
A comfort break, perhaps.
Yes. Charles without the deep mid wicket.
Zafar. Oh, that's well bowled. That just goes on with the arm a little bit. And Bracey whips the bails off. There we go. Oh, no, he just played inside it. It did turn. Or just pushing that into the onside. Chris Dent is very quick there across the ground. So, Zafar Gahar, he's bowling left arm spin. You standard one will go there and go back into the left-hander. And that one there just went on with the arm. Here he comes in, toiling away. That one almost hits the gloves. And that's what the man in that short leg there is interested in. That one that turns, spits a little bit, hits the gloves, and pops up into his hands. It was Chris Dent, actually, who was off. So that wasn't Chris Dent there at short mid-wicket. And Charlie, or Ben Charlesworth, trots off.
But Zafar's eyes will have lit up, if you pardon the pun, with the lights already on here at Bristol. Just indicates how gloomy it actually is that they've had to put the floodlights on. And here we are at midday. And the ground staff just walking purposefully around the perimeter of the ground at the moment. So I wonder if they are a little bit concerned that the weather might be heading our way. Singdale still with 3 slips in the gully, and Allsop defends. And I think if you go back to the Yorkshire game, I think we were told that that was not a match for which the floodlights would have been used, but clearly in this one, with a limit on the number of days that lights can be used here at the Seat Unique Stadium through the season, this is one game that has been selected. So Singdale towards us, but away from you on the stream. That's at the off stump. And Allsop lets that go. So 45 balls he's faced. Tom Allsop for his half a dozen. And Ali Orr with 4 fours and a 6 in his 31. Singdale, well, that's cut, that's almost stopped. He had took the pace off it, but not all of the pace off it. Zavagahan, that's cut away for 4. First time that Singdale has been forced away by Allsop. Its accuracy has been commendable this morning. But also just waiting for that one that was loose. Sussex boys have come to collect some of their warm-up kit. There's a big appeal from the slip cordon to that delivery, but probably too high.
Yeah, I thought it was a little bit too high.
Let's have a look a second time.
Oh no, pitch outside leg.
It's not on height, but not a difficult one for umpire Newell. Yes, one or two of the spectators are just starting to make moves downstairs. So I wonder if it has actually started to drizzle out there. Our friends with their laptops have moved as well. Nudged into the onside by Allsop, and they'll pick up one. I mean, this could be, it's with the lights on, it's very weird. It almost feels like the early stages of a T20, although obviously the players are not wearing the right kit for that.
Yeah.
But in terms of the actual scene with the lights on and the shadows caused by the lights, rather than the actual natural sun.
Yeah, I think we are
47 for 1. Singdale in, and Alior lets that go. And I think the umpires are going to say they might be having a word here.
Yeah, I think once the floodlighting takes over from the natural light and it has got very dark, I think we might, we might be in a little trouble. We're going to have a little. Yeah, here we go. The ground staff are coming on.
I think
and
they
are
concerned that the weather is heading our way, and they don't want the pitch to be impacted by that. And I say the ground staff, even in Ajit's last over, were being pretty purposeful. And I think it might be as much about, not that it actually is raining, it might just be drizzling a little bit, but it's what's coming. That's the concern, and that's why umpires Newell and Billy Taylor have said we're going to put the covers on and prepare for a bit of a breather. They're just also putting the light meter on top of the stumps as well. There are the Gloucestershire bowling figures thus far this morning. Tom Price, it just proves how quick sport can change, doesn't it? Last week, couldn't do a thing wrong. Everything that he seemed to be involved in came out positively this morning. He was hit for 6 by Alior in his first over, a couple of edges, and consequently, his figures looking poor against the others, and all the other, even Price himself has not bowled that badly. It says it's 5 overs for 30, but there has been economy elsewhere. Orr has looked to get on with it where he could. He's had a couple of streaky shots, but equally he's put the bad ball away, and after just over an hour's cricket, the umpires have taken the players off. Combination I think we can say of drizzle and light. 47 for 1 after 16. Sussex, they were put in. They'll probably feel, actually, to get to this stage, only 1 wicket down, they probably have taken that at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, they would have done. I thought that Alior has been very impressive. He's on 31 off just 43 balls. He's looked to get on with it. And Tom Allsop, he's on 11 off 48, being a lot more circumspect. But I think it's good just to get some cricket on. Tom Price, as you were saying there, yes, cricket is a great leveller, isn't it? You know, one week you're king of the castle, next week you're 5 overs, none for 30. But he's too good a cricketer to be down in the dumps for too long, and I think he'll bounce back. Nigel de Lange bowled a little bit of fire early on. It was good to see. He managed to catch the outside edge of Tom Haynes' bat, caught by Miles Hammond in the gully for just 3 when the score was on 9. But these two have rebuilt a little bit, and Ajit Singh Dale has bowled briskly at times as well and given the batsman the hurry up, but to no avail. And just the solitary over from Zafar Gahar, which actually saw a little bit of turn, which I was quite surprised at. So
here as you can see, the main square covers are being brought out by the ground staff. So this doesn't look as if they're expecting this to be a short delay. So we hope they're wrong, obviously. And with the scene with the ground staff bringing the main covers on, and Sussex 47 for 1 here at the Seat Unique Stadium.
Yep, we're going to cut to an advert.
Is he ready?
Very well done, and he's done superbly.
And it's a big shot straight away from Phillips.
There we go, he might have just turned his bat on.
Guys, what are you doing? You can't practice there.
How am I meant to get the practice in for the golf day?
Go and practice at Kendallshire.
Come join the Gloucestershire players for the inaugural club golf day at the Kendallshire on Friday the 5th of May to raise money for the Gloucestershire Cricket Trust. It's going to be a fantastic day out for a very worthy cause.
See you on the 1st.
superbly.
And it's a big shot straight away from Phillips.
There we go, he might have just turned his bat on.
Gibbon is in and bowls. Oh, he's gone for a big heat this time, Tom Price. That's massive. That's 6 runs over wide long on.
If there was a bit of moisture there, he may have lost it, and DeLong has gone for the big hit there, straight down the ground. Where's that gone? Straight for 6.
The over, and that's full of length, driven handsomely there. That's gone, I'd say. Over rope, another 4 runs. That's 3 boundaries, and that brings up his 50. You can hear the applause around the ground. He's done ever so well.
Leach past umpire Blackwell. And DeLong has got a huge swing at that. That's 6 more. Don't chase that.
Running in again, just on length, and that's been picked up beautifully, and that's 6 runs. Tongue running in again. As out. There we go. Just got big on Delanga, Cox. Tongue coming in again. That's a lovely shot. He's driven that over mid-off, and that is another 6 to Tom Price's name. That's a lovely shot.
Leach is bowling to Price, who drives in the air. This is over the head of the deep set mid-on and has gone for 6 runs again. Careful. Tongue bowls, and Dale has laid this one down the ground for 4 runs. It was full.
Harrying shuffled down, and there's a drive there. They've taken a single, and they're safe. That's it. There's a huge applause around the ground, and that is his maiden turn for Gloucestershire, but comes off. That is a serious effort from this lad here. Have Gloucestershire. Wait again, full of length, driven. And that's given out. That is a heartbreaking way to get out.
Delanga to the crease and bowls. Pollock drives aerially, but there's nobody at cover, and that will fly away to the boundary for 4 runs.
Singdale just making his way round to long leg here. DeLong in. Oh, that's gone down through. They must have another 3rd man at this end for DeLong, and that's squeezed through the cordon. Singdale in. There's a big appeal there, and a wicket at last for Gloucestershire.
Tom Price bowls, and that is edged and caught behind. Azarali is out without scoring, and that is a massive wicket for Gloucestershire. In comes Tom Price to bowl to Haynes, who is edging and caught behind again. Tom Price is on a hat-trick. He's in now, and he bowls to D'Oliveira, and D'Oliveira has edged and is caught behind. It's another hat-trick for Tom Price. Extraordinary day for the young man. A century in Gloucestershire's innings, and now he has got a hat-trick. Price to the crease now and bowls, and Pollock has been caught superbly behind by James Bracey. It's another caught Bracey, bowled Price, a 4th wicket. As striking him on the pad, and he's out LBW. Dale's got a 2nd wicket. Cox the latest man to go, and that is the wicket Gloucestershire were after. Dale gets a 2nd wicket.
As Singdale's coming in again off the back foot, but that's caught. Oh, there we go. That's the 7th wicket down, and that's Leach gone. This is not what Worcestershire need. Back end of the day for sure. There's only 4 overs left.
The last ball of the day from Zafagahar, and Tongue is beaten by it as well. Well, Gloucestershire will feel they've done very well to rally from where they were to get Worcestershire 118 for 7 at the close. They're still 113 behind.
Derbyshire. And the free throw. Leicestershire lost the toss and are 136-2.
Welcome back to Bristol, and sad news for you. Play has been abandoned for the day. Unfortunately, the prolonged showers that we had earlier has meant that there will be no further play today. You see the ground staff there just doing their prep for overnight. Ian, a shame, really?
Yes, a shame, although given very clear messages from the forecast yesterday, not a surprise. I think we might have hoped to get maybe a full session in, but 16 overs was all we ended up with, so just over an hour. And even at the point at which the players came off, we had the floodlights on. The lights are still on because, of course, once they are on, they can't be turned off again. They have to stay on for the rest of the day. Even then, the umpires, I think, could see where the weather was coming from, and they didn't want to delay so that the ground staff couldn't get the covers on the potentially worst affected areas from previous times this season. So there are something like 7 or 8 different areas of sheeting out in the middle. As you can see, the whole of the square is covered, and we hope for play from a prompt start tomorrow, and that will, I think, depend on how much rain we get later. There is going to be forecast to be some rain later on, but by the time it gets dark tonight, that's expected to have got through. So the hope would be that with an early start from the ground staff tomorrow and a dry night, hopefully the impact will not be too great on tomorrow. I don't think Gloucestershire will feel too bad about this morning. They got the 1 wicket. Sussex didn't really get away from them on the board, and they've also got the instance now where Ali Orr, who did make his 31 not out briskly, has got to start again tomorrow. Yeah,
I was quite impressed with Orr. I thought he played very positively. Remember, Sussex were stuck in, and I thought that the early loss of Tom Haynes, who's a dangerous customer at the top of the order there for Sussex, he was caught by Miles Hammond off the bowling of March and DeLunger for just 3 when the score was on 9. And I thought, there could have been a flurry of wickets there. And I thought that Orr counter-attacked quite well. And Tom Alsop was the other way. He was the wall, wasn't he? He provided a bit of solid defence, and they sort of no real further mishaps at all.
No.
So yeah.
So we'll start again tomorrow, hopefully at 11 o'clock. Thanks for you getting in touch on email today. If you did, we'll hold those emails until tomorrow. Really, not a lot of point in doing them when we haven't had any play for more than 3 hours. I appreciate that some of you may still have had the stream on your computer, but we'll hold those until play tomorrow. 1 or 2 interesting ones too, which we'll come to. But for today, the story is really about battening down the covers for any further rain that may come our way tonight. So Sussex, having been put into bat 47 for 1, or the majority of the runs, 31 not out, he is overnight. Tom Alsop is with him, and Gloucestershire will kind of have a bit of a second bite at the new ball with only 16 overs gone from 11 o'clock tomorrow. So thanks to James and Dan as ever. Who knows, tomorrow we may get the most play on any day of cricket here at the Seat Unique Stadium so far this season, which is saying something when you're nearly at the end of April. But any reaction tonight you can follow on social media, on the club's Twitter account, of course. And we'll be back with you at 11 o'clock tomorrow. See you then.